Bhaktyaloka. Chapter 8 was done. 9 onward. Bhakti-Vinodaya Satchidananda-Namane Gauranga-Śrī Upadeśāmṛta Dhairya, patience. For the practitioner of devotion service, dhairya, patience is extremely necessary. Those who possess the quality of dhairya are called dhira, sober. So dhairya means being sober. Being sober means being focused, not being frivolous. Due to lack of this quality, men become restless. Those who are impatient cannot do any work. By the quality of dhairya, a practitioner controls first himself and then the whole world. In the first verse of Śrī Upadeśāmṛta, the symptoms of dhairya are explained. Vacho vegam, manasah krodha vegam, jihva vegam, udaro pasva vegam. Etan vegan yogi shaheta dhira sarvam api mam prithivim sishyat. A sober person who can tolerate the urge to speak, the mind's demands, the actions of anger, and the urges of the tongue, belly, and genitals is qualified to make disciples all over the world. There are 6 types of urges, namely the urges of speech, mind, anger, belly, tongue, and genitals. With a desire to speak more, a person becomes talkative. If speech is not regulated, then enmity arises from talking about others. You just don't know what to speak, what not to speak. To speak uselessly is the business of a fool. But out of a desire to unnecessarily engage in speech, the materialists always waste time and face so many distresses. Pious people observe mauna vrata or silence in order to get rid of this disturbance. So the Karmakanda scriptures, they suggest that Vachavegam is a serious problem. So just be silent instead of speaking something unnecessary. That is why the rishis have made provisions for observing various vows like Mauna Vrata, the vow of silence. It is said that in Madhvacharya's biography, Madhva Vijay, an incident occurs when Madhvacharya went to the Himalayas the first time. He wanted to meet Vyasadeva. So he was praying to Vyasadeva for 48 days. In 48 days he observed Mauna Vrata. He was silent. When they asked him for instructions, he just gave them 2 shlokas. He composed 2 shlokas on the spot and gave it to them. That's all. The practitioners of devotion service should not speak unnecessarily. If you do have to speak unnecessarily, better to keep quiet. Besides topics regarding Krishna, all other topics are unnecessary. But to speak about the subjects favorable to devotion service is not unnecessary. Therefore, devotees should speak only on topics about Lord Hari or those favorable to such topics. All other topics will be counted in the category of the urge to speak. One who is able to control the urge to speak is a sober person. Note that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is playing the role of a householder. He is also giving all these instructions to householders. Even in household life, we have to observe these principles. In today's world, it is the exact opposite. Today's world is characterized by glorification of being impulsive. Just say it. What's on your mind? Facebook used to ask. Just share it. Tell everyone what you think. This is not going to solve anyone's problem. It's a general principle. It is the duty of a sober person to tolerate the urge of the mind. Until one is habituated to control the urge of the mind, how can one perform devotional service with attention? A materialist sits in the chariot of the mind and never gets relief from its various urges except during sleep. The subtle body goes to sleep when we experience deep sleep. Even during sleep, many thoughts such as good and bad dreams come. In order to regulate the urges of the mind, Rishis have propounded Ashtanga Yoga and Raja Yoga. But the Lord's prescription is that one should regulate the mind from the inferior tastes by giving it a higher taste. Those who are on the path of devotional service can easily regulate the mind. The mind cannot remain without urges. If urged towards spiritual subjects, the mind is properly engaged and it will not hanker. It will not hanker for insignificant subjects. Many people think that without Ashtanga Yoga, there is no alternative to regulate the mind. But Patanjali Muni has accepted that just as Ashtanga Yoga regulates the mind, Bhakti Yoga can also. Ishvara Pranidhanam, to be focused on the Supreme Lord, that is of help. He acknowledges that. Meditation on the Supreme Lord, as propounded by Patanjali, is not pure devotion service, rather it is Sakama Bhakti, or motivated. If devotion service is performed for the purpose of regulating the mind, then it is certainly not devoid of material desires. Favorable cultivation of devotion service in relationship to Krishna is the real meaning of pure bhakti. Anukulyena Krishnanu Shīlanam. Therefore, whenever pure devotion service is performed, joyfulness of the mind automatically arises from amongst extraneous fruits. Kleshatni, Shubhada. When we engage in pure sadhana bhakti, these two results are very soon observed. If we don't observe these two results of being internally satisfied and possessing auspicious qualities, it means we are not engaging in pure sadhana bhakti. Srimad Bhagavatam states, Tasmat Kena Pipayena Manah Krishna Niveshayet. Somehow or other one must consider the form of Krishna very seriously. Somehow or other one must place his mind on Krishna. It is not enough to just it is not enough to just mechanically engage in the activities of sadhana bhakti. One must engage in the activities of sadhana bhakti in such a manner that the mind is fixed on Krishna. It is very important. The mind has to be fixed on Krishna. This is the reason why a bona fide spiritual master will instruct his bona fide disciple to give more time to certain aspects of bhakti. There are 64 items of bhakti. And you give a particular instruction to a particular disciple that you do this, you do these activities of sadhana bhakti more, you do these activities of sadhana bhakti less, and so on, in different combinations also. Because the 64 items of bhakti, they are presented by Śrīla Rupa Goswami in order to engage the body and speech and mind. Some of them are focused on the mind, some of them are focused on speech, some of them are focused on the body. So those who are more inclined to use their body will be instructed to use their body. So it is already worked out by Śrīla Rupa Goswami based on scripture. And the spiritual master will also instruct his disciple accordingly. If one follows this instruction, then the mind will be engaged at the lotus feet of Krishna and it will not easily wander into other subjects. For the practitioner, the urge of the mind is regulated by pure cultivation of favorable devotion service in relationship to Krishna. By carefully meditating on this subject, one can know the inherent differences between yoga and bhakti. To restrain the urge of anger is compulsory for those who are thirsty for devotional service. Anger arises when a man's lust is unfulfilled. Kama krodho vijayate. When one is angry, the result gradually leads one to ruination, one's own ruination. It is said in Śrī Upadeśāmṛta, Krishna Bhakta Nishkam Adaye Shanta. Because a devotee of Lord Krishna is desireless, he is peaceful. He possesses no desire he has no desire to make himself happy. He only wants to make Krishna happy. Of course, it's talking about the pure devotee. No insignificant lust can remain in the heart of one who relishes pure devotional service. Therefore, there is no possibility of anger arising in his mind. Those whose devotional service is motivated cannot conquer anger. It is not possible to conquer anger by intelligence alone. So, if one engages in devotional service to Krishna with a motive for anything other than to progress from Shraddha to Prema, or yes, some motive other than to please Krishna. He may have the desire to please Krishna, but he has also a desire for something else. Or he may not even have a desire to please Krishna. He is doing devotional service just to get something from Krishna. So then he cannot conquer anger. Similarly, simply using the intelligence, we cannot conquer anger. In a very short time, attachment for sense enjoyment overcomes the function of the intelligence and gives anger a place in its kingdom. It is seen in the song of the Avanti Brahmana from the Srimad Bhagavatam that he was able to quickly control anger. Tam vai pravayasam bhikshu avadhutam asajjana drishtva paryab bhavan bhadra bahvi paribhuti bhihi. O kind Uddhava, seeing him as an old dirty beggar, rowdy persons would dishonor him with many insults. Echit trivenam jagruhur eke patram kamandalam Pitham chaike kshasutram cha kantham chirani kechana pradaya cha punastani dakshitanyadadur munehe. Some of these persons would take away his sannyasi rod, and some the water pot which he was using as a begging bowl. Some took his deerskin seat, some his chanting beads, and some would steal his torn, ragged clothing. Displaying these things before him, they would pretend to offer them back, but would then hide them again. Notice this. He was using chanting beads. Aksha Sutra. Chanting beads are not new. They have always been there. Annam cha bhakshi sampannam bhunjanasya sarit tate mutrayanti cha papishtha shthivantyasya cha murdhani. When he was sitting on the bank of a river about to partake of the food that he had collected by his begging, such sinful rascals would come and pass urine on him, and they would dare to spit on his head. Chipantyeke vajananta esha dharman dvaja shataha shina vitta imam vrittim agrahi swajanodjitaha. They would criticize and insult him, saying, this man is just a hypocrite and a cheat. He makes a business of religion simply because he lost all his wealth and his family threw him out. Evam sabhautikam deaduhkam daivikam daihikam chayat bhoktavyam atmanodishtam praptam abudhyata. The Brahman understood that all his suffering from other living beings, from the higher forces of nature and from his own body was unavoidable and being allotted to him by providence. So he saw Krishna's hand behind it, and he thought that Krishna is giving this for some good reason. Higher transcendentalists, they think like this. Narada Muni, in his previous life, small boy, 5 years old, only had a mother, and his mother enveloped him with affection. One day when she was walking, she stepped on a snake. The snake bit her and she died. But that 5-year-old Narada, he understood that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is bestowing His mercy upon me. I am engaged in devotional service, and therefore this is Krishna's kindness upon me. And immediately went off to travel while being engaged in devotional service to Krishna. That Avanti mendicant then spoke the following verse in the Bhagavatam. Important verse. Etamsa asthaya paratmanishtham adhyasitam purvat tamair maharshibhi aham tarishyami durantaparam tamo mukundan hin nisheva yaiva. I shall cross over the insurmountable ocean of nescience, ignorance, by being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Krishna. This was approved by the previous acharyas, who were fixed in firm devotion to the Lord, Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Let's see if it has got. Lord Chaitanya recited it. Yes. In connection with this verse, which is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, this is Lord Chaitanya now. After he took sannyas, he recited this verse. In connection with this verse, which is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that of the 64 items required for rendering devotional service, acceptance of the symbolic marks of a sannyasi is a regulative principle. If one accepts a sannyas order, his main business is to devote his life completely to the service of Mukunda Krishna. If one does not completely devote his mind and body to the service of the Lord, he does not actually become a sannyasi. It is not simply a matter of changing dress. In Bhagavad Gita, it is also stated, Anashritah karma phalam karyam karma karoti yah sa sannyasi cha yogi cha. One who works devotedly for the satisfaction of Krishna is a sannyasi. The dress is not sannyas, but the attitude of service to Krishna is. The word Paratmanistha means being a devotee of Lord Krishna. Paratma, the Supreme Person, is Krishna. Ishvara Paramah Krishna Satchidananda Vigraha. Those who are completely dedicated to the lotus feet of Krishna in service are actually sannyasis. As a matter of formality, the devotee accepts the sannyas dress as previous acharyas did. He also accepts the 3 dandas. Later, Krishna Swami considered that accepting the dress of a Tridandi was Paratmanishta. Therefore, sincere devotees add another danda, the Jiva danda, to the 3 existing dandas. The Vaishnava sannyasi is known as a Tridandi sannyasi. The Mayavadi sannyasi accepts only 1 danda, not understanding the meaning of 3 danda. Later, many persons in the community of Shiva Swami gave up the Atmanitha, devotional service of the Lord, and followed the path of Shankaracharya. Okay. There are further rules about sannyas. This is all about sannyas. Okay. This Paratmanistha, Nishtha, NIS.T.HA-, being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Krishna, is sometimes followed by householders like Janaka, and sometimes by sannyasis like Sanaka and Sanatan. In both circumstances, the Paratmanistha is the same. In other words, persons like Janaka, they were externally householders. Externally, they spent a little bit of their daily time in demonstrating the importance of Varnashrama Dharma and so on, material adherence to material Dharma. These are called Parinishtita devotees. The Parinishtita devotees spend most of their time in Bhagavata Dharma, spiritual Dharma, but they spend a little bit of their daily time in material Dharma in order to demonstrate the importance of it. That's all. This is, but internally, they know that this is actually not required. But the non-devotees require, and the weak devotees, they require. And since people don't do what you say, they only do what you do, In order to make them understand these things are important, they spend some of their daily time in following these rules and regulations. So even though one may be a very exalted devotee, whether male or female, they will follow their material swadharma. They will just make sure that their service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not hampered. But in addition to that, they will follow the obligations, material obligations. They will make sure that these material obligations don't predominate. They don't cover over engagement in spiritual dharma. So therefore, in their hearts, they still have Paratmanishtha. They're absolutely fixed in the Supreme Soul, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But in sannyasis also, like Sanatana Sanatana, Sanatana Salakuma, they also have this Paratmanishtha, and externally they are fully renounced. They simply engage in spiritual activities. In both circumstances, the Paratmanishtha is the same. Without this Paratmanishtha, one cannot cross the insurmountable ocean of nations. Service to Lord Mukunda is the only shelter. One will be delivered by accepting that. You can clearly see from this song of the Avanti Brahmana that it is impossible to cross the material ocean by the process of yoga. By unflinching devotion to Krishna, everything is achieved. One who can control the urges of speech, mind, and anger by devotional service is called Dheer, sober. And he possesses the quality known as Dhairya. So, Vacho Vegam, Manasa, Rodha Vegam. Then, now Bhaktivinoda Thakur begins to talk about Jihva Vegam, Udaro Pastha Vegam. It is everyone's duty to subdue the urge of the tongue. Materialistic persons are always busy trying to enjoy the 6 kinds of tastes by chewing, sucking, and so on. There are 6 kinds of tastes and there are 4 varieties of food. So if you put them all together, you get 24 different types of different combinations you get. Today I will enjoy spiced rice with non-vegetarian food. Today I will endeavor for khichdi. Today I will enjoy the finest drinks. Hankering like this, the materialist always wanders. The more the tongue eats, the more its hankering increases. For those who wander for the pleasure of the tongue, attaining Krishna is very difficult. Śrī Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Vairagi hoya kore jipar lalos, pramartha jai ar hoye roser bosh, Vairagir kritya sada namasankirtan, chak patra pul mule, chak patra pul mule, udar bharam. Jupar lala se jai iti dhai, Shishnodar Parayan, Krishna nahi pai. If a renunciate is eager for his tongue to taste different foods, his spiritual life will be lost and he will be subservient to the tastes of his tongue. The duty of a person in the renounced order is to chant the Hare Krishna mantra always. He should satisfy his belly with whatever vegetables, leaves, fruits, and roots are available. One who is subservient to the tongue and who thus goes here and there, devoted to the genitals and the belly, cannot attain Krishna. Krishnodar Parayan, Krishna nahi pai. Cannot attain Krishna. One should fill his. Wait, see if Prabhu is giving any comment. One should fill his belly with whatever is easily available by offering Krishna foods in the mode of goodness and honoring them as prasad. The tongue is satisfied and service to Krishna is cultivated. If palatable prasad is easily available, then the tongue's greed will gradually be controlled rather than increased. The idea is that, at least for householders, things can be routinized. Even in those who are living in our centers, it will be useful to have a routine. Routine means on this day we eat this, on that day we eat that, and so on. You can choose to have more variety or less variety, but if you keep it as a routine, stick to it, and very firmly avoid eating non-prasadam. At least starting with avoid eating non-prasad grains. Then gradually the mind will become purified by depending only on Krishna's prasadam. That requires some usage of intelligence, how to make an interesting variety, which doesn't pamper your tongue, but at the same time, which is sufficiently variegated enough. The urge of the belly is a disturbance. So all these 6 urges are actually different types of disturbances. Why is it referred to as disturbance? Because we are trying to move towards full spiritual realization. We are trying to get out of the clutches of the illusory potency. So while we are endeavoring to move in that direction, these 6 urges are simply disturbing us. The requirement of the stomach is to eat for the maintenance of the life and mitigation of hunger. Those who are thirsty for devotional service should maintain their life by moderate eating. Those who endeavor to overeat are called gluttons. One of the qualities of devotees is mitabhuk, eating what is necessary. By eating less, the body remains healthy and does not disturb one's devotional service. Those who have no strength to tolerate the urge of the stomach are always greedy to eat. There are some who simply eat every 1.5 hours. They have something in their mouth. He's eating some chips and some nuts and this. How can you progress in Tivra Bhakti? How can you even come to the point of Tivra Bhakti? If one is constantly disturbing his body and mind in this way. So therefore, it is important to routinize. In Vedic civilization, everything is routinized. Eating is routinized. Sleeping is routinized. Sex is routinized. Maintenance of the body, livelihood, that is also routinized. Everything is routinized. There's a time for everything. It's not that even though there are souls in Satoguna, Rajaguna, Tamaguna, and there are souls who are hankering to attain Kama, Artha, Dharma, Moksha, or even Bhavat. So you have these 3 different levels of Satoguna, Rajaguna, Tamaguna, and they may be at any of these levels, and they may be hankering for different things, different Purusharthas also. Still, that is the principle of making things routine. So everybody gets to have everything, but don't disturb yourself if you want to elevate yourself in your next life. Whether you want bhakti in next life or mukti in next life, or you want to go to the spiritual world to engage in bhakti in your next life. All 3 circumstances, it is important to routinize our fulfillment of the different urges. Those who are firmly convinced that nothing can be eaten besides Krishna Prasad are especially able to tolerate the urge of the belly. Restrictions like fasting on prescribed days are also models of instruction for controlling the urge of the stomach. Appearance, disappearance days of Prabhupada, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Gauranga Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj should be observed with half-day fast. Essential. This is not desirable. It is essential. Similarly, Janmashtami, Gaura Purnima, Radhashtami, Narasimha Chaturdashi, and so on. They have their respective types of fasting. So these things have to be taken advantage of. Without this, one cannot enter the kingdom of God. Actually, if one does not come to this point. Ultimately speaking, we have to be prepared to, we have to train ourselves so that we come to the point where we give up Ahara, Nidra, Bhaya, Maituna completely, fully, absolutely. So these are all different facilities, different ways by which we get used to it. We practice. The urge of the genital is formidable for persons who are averse to the Lord. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said, Loke Vyavaya Nishamadhya Seva Nitya Hijanto Nahita Prachodana In this material world, the conditioned soul is always inclined to sex, meat eating, and intoxication. Therefore, religious scriptures never actually encourage such activities. The purport of this statement from the Srimad Bhagavatam is confidential. Those who possess a material body made of flesh and blood are always inclined to associate with women. To minimize this inclination, the marriage ceremony is recommended. Those who wish to get free from the cords of marriage are almost like animals. But those who have crossed beyond the rules of this natural inclination by the association of devotees and the strength of their service, and have thus attained attraction for spiritual subject matters, for them associating with the opposite sex is very insignificant. Persons who are filled with attachment for material enjoyment can never tolerate the urge of the genital. Many of them engage in illicit activities. Regarding this propensity, those who thirst for devotional service are divided into two groups. Those whose attraction has been purified by the strength of sadhu sangha give up the association of women altogether and continually engage in devotional service. Persons in this group are known as renounced Vaishnavas. Those whose propensity for associating with women has not been destroyed except the cords of marriage and remain as householders while engaging in devotional service. Associating with women as prescribed in the scriptures means to control the urge of the genitals. So the marriage ashrama is meant to bring us to the point where we are free from lust, anger, and greed. Just like you go to a school in order to become capable of passing a certain examination, which tests your proficiency in certain areas. In India, we have schools that go up to what is known as standard 10 or standard 12, grade 10, grade 12. There's no point in going to a school if you're not able to pass that, or if you're not even interested in that. Then why are you even in school? Bhaktivinoda Thakur in Jaiva Dharma has described the Grihastha Ashrama as a special kind of a school, Chatushpati Vishesh. So after one completes his training, then like elsewhere, you can graduate from that, moves out of that. He gives a list of when it is understood that he has graduated. Essentially, this is what it comes to. Freedom from lust and anger and greed. So then that means his entrance into the Grihastha Ashrama was successful. A successful participation in the Grihastha Ashrama is not becoming rich or becoming respected or having a lot of sense enjoyment within or outside of the boundaries of devotion service. Not like that. It is whether one has become freed from lust and anger and greed. When one properly tolerates the above mentioned 6 urges, that is favorable for his devotion service. When those urges are strong, that is unfavorable for one's devotion service. To subdue these 6 urges is called dhairya. As long as one has a material body, these propensities cannot be totally uprooted, but by properly engaging them in their appropriate subjects, they no longer remain faulty. When one becomes fully purified, there are different stages of chanting. So there is the 3rd stage of chanting known as offenseless chant. When we come to the stage of offenseless chant, then Prabhupada says, practically speaking, we get another body. It is, for all practical purposes, the equivalent of a change of body. In fact, when one executes pure sadhana bhakti and makes spiritual progress, his subtle body itself is dissolved. So the 6 urges after that point will simply disappear. They won't simply remain in a faultless version. Disappear. Therefore, Sri Narottam Das Thakur has written in his Prema Bhakti Chandrika as follows: Kama, Krodha, Loha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya, Dambha, Saha Sthane Sthane Nijukta Kariba Ananda Kari Hriday Rupa Kari Parajay Anayasi Govinda Bhajiva Kama Krishna Karmatmane Krodha Bhakta Dveshijane Lobha Sadhu Sangye Hari Katha Moha Ishta Labh Bine Mada Krishna Gunam Gane Nijukta Kariba Jatha Tatha. I will engage lust, anger, greed, illusion, madness, envy, and pride in appropriate ways. And by defeating these enemies, I will feel happiness in my heart as I peacefully worship Govinda. I will engage lust by offering it in Krishna's service. Anger I will direct towards those who are envious of the devotees. I will be greedy to hear the topics of Hari in the association of devotees. I will feel illusioned without achieving my worshipable Lord. I will be maddened while singing the glories of Krishna. In this way, I will engage these enemies in their proper places. Very nice. The confidential meaning of this song is that the duty of an intelligent person is to direct these urges away from their respective subjects and make them favorable to devotional service. That can only be done with patience. There is another meaning applicable to the word dhairya. Those who engage in sadhana desire to attain the results. Karmis hope to attain heavenly happiness by fruitive activities. Jnanis hope to attain liberation by speculative knowledge. And devotees hope to please Krishna by their devotion. Being impatient due to prolonged sadhana, some people fall from the path to the ultimate goal. Therefore, a practicing devotee who desires to achieve his goal attains that result only when he is patient. Krishna must be merciful to me either today or after 100 years or in some other birth. I will take shelter of his lotus feet with determination and never leave. This type of dhairya, patience, is most desirable for the practitioners of devotional service. So, in addition to being sober, one should also be patient. Even though we say that the tree gives fruits, it is understood that the tree will give fruit in time, not immediately. Everything has its own time. So one should be patient. Suppose I am sick, I take medicines. Medicine will take time to have effect. So like that, one should be patient. Tattat karma pravartana. Engaging in various activities favorable for devotional service. Śrīla Rupa Goswami is enjoying the system of Tattat karma pravartana. Tattat karma pravartana. Acting according to the regulated principles for those aspiring to perform devotional service. In the Upadeśāmṛta, activities by which pure devotional service is cultivated, it's grown, it's enhanced, is called Tattat karma. Prescribed duties. Prescribed spiritual duties. Shri Krishna tells Uddhava in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Shraddhamrta gathayami shashvan mat anukirtanam parinnishthacha ujayam stuti vistavanam mama adarah paricharyayam sarvangair apipandanam madbhakta pujya bhyadika sarvabhuteshu mannatihi madartheshvanga cheshtacha vachasa mad puneranam mayarpanam cham manasah sarvakama vivarjanam madarthertha parityago bhogasya cha sukhasya cha ishtam dattam hutam japtam madartham yad vratam tapah evam dharmair manushyanam udhavatma nivedinam mayi sanjayate bhakti punyarthosya vashishyate. Firm faith in the blissful narration of my pastimes, constant chanting of my glory, unwavering attachment to ceremonial worship of me, praising me through beautiful hymns, great respect for my devotional service, offering obeisances with the entire body, performing first-class worship of my devotees, consciousness of me in all living entities, offering of ordinary bodily activities in my devotion service, use of words to describe my qualities, offering the mind to me, rejection of all material desires, giving up wealth for my devotion service, renouncing material sense gratification and happiness, and performing all desirable activities such as charity, sacrifice, chanting, vows, and austerities with the purpose of achieving me. These constitute actual religious principles by which those human beings who have actually surrendered themselves to me automatically develop love for me. What other purpose or goal could remain for my devotee? Here you can see so many different activities have been brought out here. This is what is known as Bhakti Yoga. So putting all of this put together with a desire to attain the highest perfection of devotional service. That is Bhakti Yoga. Based on these instructions of the Lord, Śrīla Rupa Goswami has divided these activities into 64 items in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Śrīla Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami has written about those activities in the Chaitanya Charitamrita as follows: Guru Padashray Diksha Guru Sevan Sadharma Shiksha Pricha Sadhu Marganu Gaman. On the path of regulative devotional service, one must observe the following items. One must accept a bona fide spiritual master. One must accept initiation from him. One must serve him. One must receive instructions from the spiritual master and make inquiries in order to learn devotional service. One must follow in the footsteps of the previous acharyas and follow the directions given by the spiritual master. So in this way, he's going to enlist all the 64 items that we find in Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami's presentation in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. After this, Prabhu will explain the first 20 items and the last 5 items. Krishna Pritya Bhogatya Krishna Tirthe Vas Yavan Nirvaha Patigraha Ekadash Upavas. The next steps are as follows. I don't remember if he's enlisted all of them. The next steps are as follows. One should be prepared to give up everything for Krishna's satisfaction, and one should also accept everything for Krishna's satisfaction. One must live in a place where Krishna is present, a city like Vrindavan or Mathura or a Krishna temple. One should acquire a livelihood that is just sufficient to keep body and soul together. One must fast on the Ekadashi day. One should worship dhatri trees, banyan trees, cows, brahmanas, and devotees of Lord Vishnu. So the first 10 are prescriptions. The next 10 are prohibitions. So in this way, you have the first 10 and the second 10. These are preliminaries. Just as before we start eating, we wash our plates. So like that. Dhatyashvatha Govitra Vaishnava Pujan Seva Nama Paradhadi Dure Visarjan. One should avoid offenses against devotional service and the holy name. One should avoid Seva Parad, offenses in deity worship, and one should avoid Nama Parad, offenses to the holy name. Avaishnava Sangatya Bahushishya Na Koribo Bahu Grantha Kalabhyas Vyakhyan Varjibo. The 12th item is to give up the company of non-devotees. One should not accept an unlimited number of disciples. One should not partially study many scriptures just to be able to give references and expand explanations. The devotee should treat loss and gain equally. The devotee should not be overwhelmed by lamentation. The devotee should not worship demigods, nor should he disrespect them. Similarly, the devotee should not study or criticize other scriptures. Vishnu Vaishnav Ninda Gramya Vartana Shuniva Prani Matre Manovatya Udvegna Diva. The devotee should not hear Lord Vishnu or his devotees blaspheme. The devotee should avoid reading or hearing newspapers or mundane books that contain stories of love affairs between men and women or subjects palatable to the senses. Neither by mind nor by words should the devotee cause anxiety to any living entity, regardless of how insignificant he may be, regardless of how insignificant that living entity may be. Then we come to actual activities of devotional service. Shravan, Kirtan, Smaran, Pujan, Bandhan, Paricharya, Dasya, Sakya, Atmanivedan. After one is established in devotional service, the positive actions are hearing, chanting, remembering, worshipping, praying, serving, accepting servitorship. Accepting servitorship means becoming a servant, becoming a friend, and surrendering fully. Agre nitya geet vidyapti dandavan nati abhyuthan anuragya tirtha grikhe prati. One should also dance before the deity, sing before the deity, open one's mind to the deity, offer obeisances to the deity, stand up before the deity and the spiritual master just to show them respect, follow the deity or the spiritual master and visit different places of pilgrimage, or go see the deity in the temple. Parikrama, Stavapat, Jap Sankirtan, Dhup, Malya, Gantha, Mahaprasad, Bhojan. One should circumambulate the temple, recite various prayers, chant softly, chant congregationally, smell the incense and flower garlands offered to the deity, and eat the remnants of food offered to the deity. Aratrik Mahotsav Shri Murti Darshan, Nija Priya Dan Dhyan Tadiya Seva. One should attend Arati and festivals, see the deity, present what is very dear to oneself to the deity, meditate on the deity, and serve those related to the Lord. Tadiya Tulasi Vaishnava Mathura Bhagavat Ei Chari Seva Hoy Krishnerohi Mot. Tadiya, related to the Lord, means the Tulasi leaves, the devotees of Krishna, the birthplace of Krishna, Mathura, and the Vedic literature, Srimad Bhagavatam. Krishna is very eager to see his devotees serve Tulasi, Vaishnavas, Mathura, and Bhagavatam. Krishnarthe Akila Cheshta Tat Kripa Valokan Janma Dinadi Mahotsav Loya Bhakta Gan. One should perform all endeavors for Krishna. One should look forward to his mercy. One should partake of various ceremonies with the devotees. Ceremonies like Lord Krishna's birthday or Ramachandra's birthday. Sarvatha Shranabhuti Kartikadi Vrat Chatushashti Angai Parama Mahat. One should surrender to Krishna in all respects. One should observe particular vows like Kartika Vrata. These are some of the 64 important items of devotional service. Sadhu Sangha, Nama Kirtan, Bhagavat, Shravan, Mathurava, Srimurti, Shraddhai, Sevan. One should associate with devotees, chant the holy name of the Lord, hear Srimad Bhagavatam, recite at Mathura and worship the deity with faith and veneration. Sakhal Sadhan Shreshtai, Pancha Anga, Krishna Prem, Janmai, Panche Ralpa Sangha. These 5 limbs of devotional service are the best of all. Even a slight performance of these 5 awakens love for Krishna. So now Thakur Bhaktivinoda begins by explaining these steps, and you will see that he will focus on the first 20 and the last 5. Aspiring devotees should first take shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide guru. Without taking shelter of a guru, one cannot achieve anything auspicious. There are 2 types of people. One who has developed intelligence and one who has undeveloped intelligence. Those whose intelligence is undeveloped are absorbed in the so-called happiness of this world. If by chance they get the association of a Mahajan, then they also become intelligent. Then they consider, how unfortunate I am. I'm always engaged in sense gratification and passing my days hankering for material enjoyment. This initial association with the great soul is also called association with the Guru by hearing. By good fortune, at this time, faith is awakened. When faith is awakened, one endeavors for devotional service. Then it is essential for one to take shelter of the lotus feet of a Guru. In this way, by good fortune, persons with undeveloped intelligence become intelligent and take shelter of the lotus feet of a Guru. What type of Guru one should take shelter of is explained in the Shastras. One who has conquered the 6 enemies beginning with lust. One who is pure. One who performs devotional service on the path of Raga. One who is Brahmanical. One who knows the clear path of the Vedas. One who sadhus can respect as Guru. One who is able to control the senses. One who is merciful to all living entities. One who is cultured. One who is without duplicity. And one who is truthful. This type of householder is fit to be a guru. All these qualities are considered in two ways. The principal quality of a guru is attachment to Krishna and detachment for what is not related with Krishna. All other qualities are secondary. That is why Śrī Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhavitra Kivanyasi Shuddha Kene Noy, Jai Krishna Tattvavetta Say Guru Hoy. Whether one is a Brahmana, a sannyasi, or a Shudra, regardless of what he is, he can become a spiritual master if he knows the signs of Krishna. If one possesses this principal symptom of a guru, then he is eligible to be guru, even though he lacks one or two secondary symptoms. Being a Brahmana and being a householder are counted as secondary symptoms. It is good if a person possesses these two secondary symptoms along with the principal qualification. But those who are defective in the principal symptom are unqualified to be guru, even though they possess the other two, as stated in Śrī Padma Mahabhagavata Shrestho Brahmano Vai Guru Rinam Sarvesham Eva Lokanam Aso Pujyo Yatha Harihi Mahakula Prasutopi Sarvayagyeshu Dikshitaha Sahasra Shakha Dhyayicha Na Guru Syada Vaishnavaha. Among all human beings, the Brahmana who is a Mahabhagavata or great devotee is topmost and qualified as Guru. He is as worshipable as Lord Hari. A non-Vaishnava is never fit to be Guru, even if he has taken birth in a great family, performed all sacrifices, and studied many branches of the Vedas. Now, one has also pointed out something which was circulated just recently. This is from Prabhupada's lecture on Bhagavad Gita 16.8. One who has understood thoroughly Krishna as a supreme controller, he is Guru. He is Guru. Otherwise, one cannot be Guru. Jai Krishna Tattvavetta Say Guru Hoy. Who can be Guru? Guru is not artificial thing. Guru Maharaj, this Maharaj. No. One who has firmly understood that Krishna is the original cause of everything. He is the supreme person. Nobody can remove him from that firm convictional position. Then he is Guru. Otherwise, he is not Guru. Guru is not so easy thing. Buddha Bhava Samandita. One who has understood Krishna as the supreme personality of God, the supreme controller, the supreme maintainer, the supreme person, everything. Only one, Vasudeva Sarvamiti. That is Guru. But otherwise, he is not Guru. One who has not understood Krishna. Therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu confirms, Jai Krishna Tattvavetta Say Guru Hoy. One who has understood Krishna as the supreme controller, the supreme person, the supreme maintainer, and everything, the supreme, ultimate, then he can become Guru. Otherwise, don't try to become a Guru. Impersonalist, half understood, partial understood, he cannot become a Guru. This is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's formula. Therefore, first of all, try to understand Krishna. You will understand in such a way that you can refute all others' argument, all others' opposition. There are so many opposing elements. Then you are a Guru. Otherwise, you cannot become a Guru. Guru is not so teeny thing or trifle thing that everyone becomes Guru Maharaj. No, that is not Guru. So, even from the perspective of Vichar, the person who is considered to be a prospective qualified Guru, you should have solid, full understanding of Sambandha Videya Prayojana. You should know what is the source of valid knowledge. All of that is included in understanding Krishna's supremacy, how one attains Krishna, what is the supreme means to attain Krishna, and so on. All of this is included. So he should know. He should be able to destroy various doubts. No. This is in addition to the various auspicious qualities that Mahabhagavata has, a great devotee has. After finding a qualified Guru, a faithful disciple should serve him with firm conviction and without duplicity. One should accept initiation and Krishna mantra after pleasing the Guru. Those who are averse to taking initiation and only make a drama or pseudo kirtan while advertising themselves as Vaishnavas certainly cheat themselves. It is not the duty of materialistic persons to renounce the process of initiation, because a few great souls like Jada Bharata did not take initiation. Initiation is a constitutional injunction for every birth of the living entity. In every life, the living entity has to take initiation if he wants to progress in Krishna consciousness. If initiation is not seen in the life of a perfected soul, it should not be taken as an example. General rules are not changed because something happens to a particular person in a special situation. Sri Dhruva Maharaj went to Dhruvaloka in his material body. Seeing that, should one waste time hoping for the same? The general rule is that a living entity gives up his material body and goes to Vaikuntha in a spiritual body. General rules should be accepted by people in general. Whenever and whatever is desired by the Lord, who is full of inconceivable potencies, that only happens. Therefore, we should never transgress the general rules. So, Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti deals with general rules. There are no rules about how Krishna can give his mercy. He can do whatever he wants, but it is our duty to follow the general rules, because otherwise we are going to waste our time. After pleasing the Guru by serving him without duplicity, one should receive from him instructions on the absolute truth and initiation into chanting the holy name of the Lord. After receiving initiation and instructions from a bona fide Guru, a fortunate disciple should follow the path of the previous sadhus. Those who are proud neglect the previous Mahajanas and create new paths. Notice that this is another Bhakti Anga. To take shelter of the Guru is one Bhakti Anga. It is one item of Bhakti. To accept Shiksha, training, and then Diksha, initiation, that's a second item. It's a separate Bhakti Anga. Then there's another third Bhakti Anga. Sadhu Marganu Gamanam. One must follow the path that was taken by the previous sadhus. One should go through the path which has led to success. So this is another thing. It's not enough just to accept the Guru, accept Shiksha, Diksha. Not enough. One should also follow the path of the previous sadhus. This is also required. Those 20 items which are preliminary, all of them are independently required. I cannot say that I'll do this and therefore I don't need to do the others. All 20 are required and all of them are just preliminary. After this, there are 5 most important items. The topmost 5 items. As a result, they should proceed on their inauspicious path and ruin themselves. It is said in the Skanda Purana, Samridya Shreyasam Hetu Pantha Santapa Varjitaha Navapta Shramam Purve Yena Santa Prakastire. One just strictly follow the easy path which the previous Mahajanas have accepted. That path bestows great auspiciousness and is devoid of all mercy, of all misery. So the idea is that that's a standard way to make spiritual progress. Don't come up with your own customized, innovative, new way to make spiritual progress. The standard pathway that is meant to be followed. So this is always a consideration. Who in the past did devotion service in this particular combination, in this particular manner, and attained success? So we need to keep checking that. Okay, so I'll stop with that. Waiting for questions now. Okay, that's all for now. How to practice developing desires in the heart to please Lord Krishna, to engage in Kevala Bhakti from the current stage where there are other Bhakti, subtle desires in the heart. Desires come from association. So we need to submissively associate with the more advanced devotees. Association simply means hearing Krishna Katha from them and trying to carry out the instructions of Lord Krishna as coming down to them. That's all. How to engage envy and pride in Krishna's service. Envy does not seem to be utilizable. We didn't notice envy, but pride. One can take pride in being a servant of Krishna. in favorably engaging in Krishna's devotional service. One thing I noticed, that we have, each and every one of us has a sense of what is proper and what is improper. But that concept of what is proper and what is improper is based on who we identify ourselves as belonging to. Suppose I consider myself, I may be engaged in daily devotional service and all that, but suppose I consider myself to be, I consider my identity, my innermost identity, to be belonging to a particular community of citizens of a particular country. So then I'll always think in terms of what they respect and what they disrespect. But suppose I think, actually, I belong to the community of followers of Prabhupada and the previous acharyas in within an organization named ISKCON. And if that is my innermost identity, then I will always think in terms of that. So if I take pride in belonging to that community, then I will simply ignore whether I'll ignore others' appreciations or criticisms. I will not be disoriented by that. So this pride is intimately connected with one's self-identification. It is very, very important to get it. If I think that ultimately, I actually belong to the community of my biological relatives, then you'll always, your own ethics, your own consideration of what is proper and what is improper will be in line with that. And therefore, you'll consider that those people are normal people. If you consider that, no, I belong to different community, then you will think this is right, this is wrong. So based on that conception of what is proper, what is improper, you will do all kinds of calculations. What my family members should be doing, what my children should be doing, how they're meant to be educated, what they are supposed to do in life. Based on that, you give also advice to others. It is based on that you mold your own life. So it is very important that we have the right understanding of our own identity. What is the difference between following and imitating one's spiritual master? The general principle is follow means to follow the instructions that are relevant in our life. Imitating means ignoring that and simply trying to do whatever he's doing without checking whether that is relevant in our life or not. Hare Krishna. 5 limbs of devotional service. Even a slight performance awakens love for Krishna. Devotional service should be performed constantly and uninterruptedly. How do we understand that only a slight performance will awaken love for Krishna? Rupa Goswami explains this. Achintyad Bhuta Viryasmin. These all have these very items of devotional service involve entities that have inconceivable potencies. And Achintya Khaliye Bhava Tatams Tarkena Yojayet. One should not try to logically understand that which is beyond our conception, beyond the range of our mind and intelligence. So these 5 items have inconceivable potencies. There's only one condition, that we should avoid offenses. That's all. If we avoid offenses, and we are even slightly in connection with them, then pure love of Krishna can be awakened. That is coming from Krishna Chaitanya Thakur's commentary, Jiva Goswami's commentary also. Regarding reading scriptures partially while giving classes, etc., we do quote from scriptures we haven't read fully, or we research certain verses of Upanishads, etc. Should this be avoided? If the quote is coming from, the previous acharyas, they did the research and they are giving us particular quotes, and therefore we are actually studying their writings. And when we accept their authority, at that time we are accepting it. If you want to reinvestigate the subject matter, you can always go ahead and reinvestigate the subject matter. But this is not what is referred to as Bahu Grantha Kalabhyasa, to read bits and portions of several scriptures, several books, instead of reading the books fully. You just read the book fully and several times. Don't just be a jack of all trades and master of none. That is Rupa Goswami's point. These rules are coming from Bhagavatam. Yeah, simply just dabbling around here and there just to give a class. That is not very useless. In fact, it leads to a lot of confusion. I've seen several devotees gone by that path, and their doubts have only increased over the years and decades. And then finally you tell them, why don't you lift this bucket and do some service in the temple? Then no, they'll not do, because they're so confused whether it should be done in the first place or not. Tell them to distribute books, they'll be confused. Why can you join us for Nagar Sankirtan? I have my doubts whether that is actually the appropriate thing to do. So their doubts only increase. We don't do these kind of things. Serving Mathura, should we take permission from our guru to settle in the dham? Obviously, one should listen to the instructions of one spiritual master and more advanced devotees. Prem goes on the go. Oh, wait. Okay, now?
Yes. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Dandat Pranam, Prabhuji. Prabhuji, this is not a difficult doubt exactly from this class, probably it's from the last class. And also it's a problem specifically for me because of my tiny intelligence, I'm not able to understand it. On the one hand, Rupa Goswami talks about laulyam, that we should develop greed for this devotional service and greed for developing love of Godhead, etc. On the other hand, in his prayers, Brahma says Tattena Kampanu, that we should earnestly wait for the Lord's mercy.
Okay.
On the one hand, we have Rupa Goswami suggesting that we should develop laulyam. On the other hand, Lord Brahma says Tattenu Kampanu, that we should earnestly wait for the Lord's mercy. And while patiently waiting for his mercy, we should suffer the reactions of our past misdeeds. So if they appear to be like opposed to me, like are they different for different devotees, or these are instructions for different stages, or do they go together? I'm a little confused on this. I cannot understand. Can you please throw some light?
Even here we see utsaha, enthusiasm. We also see dhairya, patience. We are supposed to be enthusiastic and patient. We are supposed to be eager and we are supposed to be patient. We should eagerly wait for Krishna's mercy. One should not that. See, I eagerly wait for Krishna's mercy, but I am a servant of Krishna. I am not his master. So I accept that he may have a good reason for doing things in a certain way. I accept it. But at the same time, I want to do everything that I can to make spiritual progress. It's my duty to do everything that I'm supposed to do. Smita Kartavyata. There's a contract here. It's a contract between us and the Supreme Lord. Actually, if you carefully examine, you'll find this in many places. Ananyas chintayanto mam ye janah paryupasate. That is our duty. Tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. That is his duty. Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja is our duty. Aham tvam sarvapapebhyo moksheshyami mashuchi. That is his duty. Even tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya is our duty. Upadekshantite jnanam jnananas tattvadarshanaha is their duty, the duty of the spiritual masters. So everywhere we see this. I am supposed to do something, and Krishna or Krishna's representative is supposed to do something. So I should be eager to do my part. And I should be patient in waiting for the other part. Not that because Krishna doesn't seem to be responding according to my imagination, therefore I stop doing what I'm supposed to do. So in that way,
Haribol, can we understand greed as eagerness then?
yes, but there's of course intense eagerness. There's intense eagerness. I do everything under the sky to attract Krishna's attention. Then I wait. And it's a simultaneous ongoing process. It's not like in Rajoguna where when you don't see the result coming immediately, you stop it. There's no other alternative, by the way. The only alternative is to please Krishna, that's all. If there was an alternative, I can stop this and do something else. But there's no alternative. So in the process of surrender, we have these things: Dainya, Atmanivedan, Goptrutvevaran, Avashya Shive Krishna Vishwas Palam. We first of all accept our lowly condition. This is the starting point. Out of the 6 items of surrender, Bhaktivinoda Thakur's presentation begins with this. First of all, I have to accept that I am in a very lowly, depraved condition. At least in front of Krishna, I should accept that I am an idiot, a fool. Even if my false ego does not allow me to present myself as such to my with others who are also engaged in Krishna consciousness, at least in front of Krishna. The Kanishtadhikari, at least he surrendered to Krishna. He's not as mature as a Madhyamadhikari. So initially, one should at least hold on to Krishna, even if he does not know how to deal with devotees or non-devotees and all that. Then he develops friendship towards Krishna's devotees. Then he develops compassion towards innocent non-devotees. Then he develops neglect of demoniac non-devotees. Now he's a Madhyama Adhikari. And then when he becomes perfect in Krishna consciousness, even perfect devotees have these 4 attitudes, but in perfection. Then he is Uttamadhikari. So even the Kanishta Vaishnava, when he surrenders unto the Lord, he accepts his position, Dainya, Atmaniveda. Then he gives everything for Krishna. He gives his body, mind, words, everything. Dainya, Atmaniveda, Goptrutvevaran. He accepts that Krishna will maintain me. And Rakshishyati Vishwasaha. When you say accept that Krishna will maintain, it means one actually prays to the Supreme Lord. Please maintain me. Because when you accept someone as such, that he is my caretaker, you have to communicate to him that kindly take care of me. Then one, in addition to that, one should actually have conviction that Krishna will take care of me. Specifically, when everything turns out to be unfavorable, everything turns out to convince you that you should not depend on Krishna. Still, you need to have that faith. This is Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's explanation of this item. Rakshishyati iti Vishwasa. And then Bhakti Anukul Matra Karjasvika. One should only engage in activities that are favorable for Bhakti, which help us progress in Bhakti. Bhakti Pratikul Bhav Varjanavika. And one should give up everything which prevents us from progressing in Bhakti.
What was it? 4th one, you said Goptrutve. What is that?
Goptrutve Varan.
What does that mean exactly? Acceptance then?
That Krishna will take care of me. Okay. The difference between that and the other item, Avashya Rakshive Krishna Vishwaspalan, the difference between this and that is here we actually submit to Krishna. We actually ask Krishna. We ask the Supreme Lord, please take care of me. And in the other item, one has conviction internally that yes, I have asked him, and Krishna has said in the scriptures, and he speaks through his representatives in the past, the previous acharyas, and current representatives. Everybody is assuring me that Krishna will protect. And I also believe that Krishna will protect. And to maintain unbreakable faith in that. That is that. Each of these items are described in the Pancharatik scriptures. There's one scripture called Bharadwaja Samhita. There's one chapter for each of these items. Very interesting. Ahirbudnya Samhita, the other places also. The Śrī Vaishnavas have, the Ramanuja followers have got it. They got their concepts of Sharanagati from the Pancharatric scripture. And all the Vaishnava schools accept this. Straightforward, because all the Vaishnava lines accept Pancharatric scriptures as being spotless authorities on devotional service.
Is it available in English, Prabhuji, these 6 chapters?
Sorry?
Is it available in English, these 6 chapters? What you said?
No. It will be good if somebody translates very nice things. We are going to, I'm planning to work out an edition first of the songbook Sharanagati by Bhaktivinoda. Give some basic scriptural references, present the definitions, give Bhaktivinoda songs, give word for word meaning translation, and then give evidence from scriptures. And then later on, but it's been in my mind that since the Pancharatric scriptures have so much detail, it will be useful. Good. What we call faith, one of these items is that Vishwas. You have faith in Krishna. The Ramanuja group, they refer to it as Mahavishwas. Great faith, not just ordinary faith, great faith. And they point out that if one does not have unbreakable faith in the Lord, the process will not work. The process of surrender will not work. One has to have unbreakable faith. There was one Śrī Vaishnava in Ahobilam who reads Prabhupada's books. Śrī Vaishnava Pujari, but he likes Prabhupada's books. Last time he came to Mayapur a few years back, and I happened to be in the place where he was also staying. Coincidentally, I just heard him say that what we call Mahavishwas, that seems to me to be what you people call Shraddha, Ado Shraddha, Tatasada, then Ado Shraddha, Tatasada Shraddha. I thought that was very interesting because it's a fact. Ado Shraddha refers to the stage when we have unbreakable faith in the scriptures and in all aspects of Sambandha Vidaya Priyata.
In these 6 points, is there any one point which is like a key point that if you develop that automatically, or not automatically, gradually the other 5 will be developed? Is it like that?
One of this is called the primary item.
Which is
the
that?
remaining are also there. I forget. It comes in Haribhakti Vilas.
Somebody was saying that it is that Goptrutva thing is the primary, but I'm not sure. I want to confirm with you.
Yeah, I also have that impression, but I need to check. I
you
think
find
Jiva
it-
Goswami also talks about it. I need to get that reference. I'll get it and post it. That will be very
post it in Telegram, please.
Yeah, in the Telegram group. That will be interesting. But all the 6 are required.
Yes,
There's
that
no
is
one
sure.
which replaces. There is no one which replaces and all that. All the 6 are required. All the 6 are required.
But one that helps gradual development of the other 5.
Well, each of them will help the development of each other. And all the 6 are simultaneously required. All the 6 are simultaneously required. One cannot execute Sharanagati, Sharanapatti, Prapatti. There are various names for it. If all the 6 items are not there. Bhaktivinoda Thakur himself says, Shadanga Sharanagati, Vaibe Jahar, Tar Prarthana Shune Shri Nanda Bhavan. Lord Shri Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj, listens to the prayer of one who executes the 6 items of surrender. 6. Okay, here is something. This prayer that Krishna, please take care of me, we will not consider it as asking something from Krishna, a material desire. We'll consider this as your devotional service. No, Krishna will take care of me, means he'll provide everything required for me and preserve everything that I have. Now, for those who are engaged in pure devotional service, this Yogakshema, protecting everything that is being given and providing everything that is required, assumes a different meaning. It means, I'll show you what it means. I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. One who is unable to live for a moment without Krishna consciousness cannot but think of Krishna 24 hours a day, being engaged in devotion service. By hearing, chanting, remembering, offering prayers, worshipping, serving the lotus feet of the Lord, rendering other services, cultivating friendship, and surrendering fully to the Lord. Such activities are all auspicious and full of spiritual potencies, which make the devotee perfect in self-realization, so that his only desire is to achieve the association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such a devotee undoubtedly approaches the Lord without difficulty. This is called yoga. Yoga. This is called yoga. This is the requirement. Their requirement is that they approach the Supreme Lord without difficulty. And that Krishna gives it to them. By the mercy of the Lord, such devotee never comes back to this material condition of life. Shema, protection. So he protects them. Shema refers to the merciful protection of the Lord. The Lord helps the devotee to achieve Krishna consciousness by yoga. And when he becomes fully Krishna conscious, the Lord protects him from falling down to a miserable condition life. So the meaning of yoga kshema, enterprise and security in the Artha Shastra, has a totally different meaning for one who has surrendered unto the Supreme Lord in order to attain pure love for the Supreme Lord. That's a totally different meaning. He wants everything by which he can attain the highest perfection of life in pure Krishna consciousness, and he wants the Supreme Lord to protect him from falling down. So it does not refer to asking for material things and so on. It has another meaning altogether. Okay, then what is this here? Wait, how do I see this chat box? And Pranam, can we take sweets from sweet shops of Govardhan, Radhapur, like Giriraj Mishtana Bhandar? You should ask your spiritual master these kind of things. Okay. Okay, anything else? Otherwise, we can discuss further in Telegram also. Siddha Swarup Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Dhanat Pranam. Prabhuji, when we were discussing about Tat Karma Pravartana, so it basically explains about the 64 limbs of devotional service. Right, Prabhu? Tat Karma Pravartana. But in the definition, we see that activities by which pure devotional service is cultivated are called Tat Karma, prescribed duties. So now when we see here means prescribed duties, so I was a bit mixed with the prescribed duties of Varnashram Dharma. Like there also we have spiritual orders.
No, not at all. Not at all. That is different. That is acting according to one's status. Bhaktivinoda will deal with that. That is a different topic altogether. That's not Deva Dharma. That is not the duty of the Jiva. That is duty of the mind and body. It's different. That is according to one's spiritual fitness, to what degree one is expected to carry them out. It's a different discussion, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur will bring it up. We'll see that. I think he already brought it up. Prayasa. While discussing prayasa, he brought it up. I think so. Atyahara prayasascha prajalpa niyamagriha. Sorry, niyamagriha. So there are different statuses. If I am fully engaged in Krishna consciousness as a renunciate, I should not engage in the activities for family life. Whereas if I'm in family life, then it's different. So we'll see all this.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
We'll also see Sato Vritti, Sadhu Vritti, the proper conduct. That also is. That's different. So if, okay, here is a question. So if we have the service of giving, today I'm not able to read the chat. Okay, so if we have the service of giving a class on a particular topic, like on chanting or hearing, then we should not use verses from various scriptures like Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, etc. until we thoroughly study them. Many times verses from Puranas like Padma Purana, etc. are used to glorify devotion service of the holy name, but we are not meant to study them separately. So how to understand? In general, we should get into the habit of reading specific books which promote pure devotional service unto Krishna. So Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita are meant to be thoroughly studied. Each one leads to the next. So these books, the Nectar of Devotion contains instructions. It's a summary of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So it has instructions all the way. It is a cross-sectional study of devotion service from the beginning to its end of Prema Bhakti. So these books should be thoroughly studied. But if one wants to study, if one wants to know about other scriptures and all that, unless one is thoroughly rooted in the conclusion of the scriptures, then he will get easily confused of different statements. If he also does not know how to understand the different teachings of scriptures, how to put them all together to come to a conclusion, there's a whole process. It's called Mimamsa, which involves learning many technicalities. Then it is better that one doesn't dabble around with these things. If you want to study, study fully, properly. If you want to study all these things, there's a procedure. First of all, read Prabhupada's books. Then you learn Bengali. Read Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, their writings. Then you learn Sanskrit. You can start learning Sanskrit before also if you so desire. And read that again, Bhaktivinoda, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, they give some Sanskrit writings. Read Baladev Vidyabhushan Vishnacharya. Then read the Goswami's writings. Then you read the writings of the 4 Vaishnava Acharyas. Then you read the writings of Vyasadeva. So all of this will take time. And you have to do all these things while conducting yourself fully under the control of your spiritual master and more advanced devotees, while also serving advanced devotees, while participating in the preaching mission. There's so many things you need to do. So everything has to go on parallelly. You cannot, and if you cannot, otherwise don't do, that's all, leave it. Don't become a half-baked scholar. Alpavidya Bhayankari. To have little learning is very dangerous. Want to know fully. Otherwise, don't go. If you want to enter into this track, you have to follow all the prescriptions and prohibitions stipulated by Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur on what should be done, what should not be done. So many things are there. It's a whole universe. If you want to enter into it, then you go through the austerity of this. You cannot, one has to maintain absolute celibacy. All kinds of things are there. It's just so many things involved. You have to discipline your intelligence, you have to discipline your mind. The vast majority cannot handle these kind of disciplines. And therefore I see that they get freaked out intellectually when they enter into this area. You need to be trained to understand the scriptures in a particular manner. You need to be trained to accept parampara authority. Many things are there. So otherwise don't do it. That's it. Don't dabble. Just don't dabble. If you want to do it correctly. Otherwise don't do it. That's all. It's not that scriptural scholarship is bad, but then study it thoroughly. Go through it. Don't be lazy. Don't say, oh, all of this will take 15 years, 6 hours per day, on an average, 4 or 5 days a week. Yes, of course, it will take that time. Yes, it will take time. But these things are not needed at all. What is there? You just need to read Prabhupada's books. Specifically, 8 books are meant to be repeatedly studied. Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is. Isha Upanishad. I'm telling all these books with Prabhupada's purpose. Bhagavad Gita, Isha Upanishad, Chaitanya Charitamrita. Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishna book, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, Nectar of Devotion, Nectar of Instruction. These books themselves, if you read them a number of times thoroughly, then you'll have a very clear understanding of Siddhanta. The later liberated acharyas clarify the earlier liberated acharyas. So it is more important to read the later liberated acharyas than to read the earlier liberated acharyas. There are only a few technical details which you'll be missing when you don't read a previous liberated acharya. Instead, you read a later liberated acharya's writings. So these things, like when I joined, we were all trained like that. Bhagavad Gita with purport. I joined as a brahmachari when I was young, I was 18, and I was told, you should study Bhagavad Gita with purports 100 times. And then later, I was instructed Srimad Bhagavatam. Properly, if you want to help others understand it, you should read it with purport at least 10 times. Chaitanya Charitamrita a few times. Like that, that's what is called study. Study, you study. Understand, discuss, clarify. So even to opt into all these other fields, you need permission from your spiritual master and other devotees who will explain to you what should be. There are so many things involved. You need to study with the right attitude, with the right set of do's and don'ts. My Guru Maharaj told me earlier on himself, he said that don't waste your time in learning Sanskrit and all these things. But if you, just a little bit of time, during the week, I can allow you to do that. But otherwise, we are meant to be engaged in preaching and various devotional services. So I stuck to that. And I think all of us should be doing things like that. Not that you stop everything in life just to sit with some book. It's very funny. And that's not how anybody did. Anybody engaged, any of the acharyas engaged in scriptural learning. Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur always served his guru, even though he was studying under his guru. Narottam Shyamananda Srinivas, they, on the order of their gurus, respective gurus, they went to Vrindavan and studied under Jiva Goswami, but they were engaged in various devotional services. And after studying, they all were ordered by the spiritual masters to preach, and they did that. You have to be a normal guy, at the very least, let me say like that. Not that because you're reading books, you can't lift a bucket and serve khichdi during Sunday feast. No, it's stupid, completely idiotic. So, if you want to go in that track, then you have to do it. Otherwise, like a number of devotees, keep this as your project for your next life. One time of reading Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita is not enough to understand. It should be repeatedly read again and again, of course. Yes. The actual process is very simple. Prabhupada mentioned this. Janyavas Prabhu told me this. Shyam Sundar Prabhu, Prabhupada had a servant. He once asked Prabhupada during the beginning days of the Mayapur project. He said, Prabhupada, we have so many buildings and active preaching going on in Europe and America. And now here you brought us to some area filled with the rice fields. What are we supposed to do here? And then Prabhupada laughed and he said, actually, the process of Krishna consciousness is very simple. Just sit down, chant Hare Krishna, and attain full spiritual realization, attain love for Krishna. That's all. It's over. Because you people are so restless, I have to tax my brain to create one project after another to keep you encouraged and busy in Krishna consciousness. You can simply engage in the process of Nāmāśraya-bhakti itself. Everything you require to know will be revealed. Yasya deve para bhakti yatha deve tatha guru tasyaite gatitha hyartha prakashante mahatmanah. But first you need to have para bhakti towards the Supreme Lord. Then para bhakti unto the bona fide spiritual master. Then only everything will be revealed. So there's a procedure for everything. Okay, Harshita Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisances. Thank you very much. Prabhu, I was just wondering that if there is a devotee who is not reading and to help her that, like, not fixed up in the importance of reading. And to help her, I just quote the verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita where it is saying that one should not be lazy in understanding philosophy. So I've not read Chaitanya Charitamrita, but I quote that verse to her. So is that wrong? Is that insincere or
No, you
duplicitous
can
of my
simply
part?
say that Prabhupada has quoted this, and I read this. I was reading such and such a book, and here Prabhupada is quoting this from Chaitanya Charitamrita. That's all right.
Okay,
It's fine.
thank you. Thank you.
All right. Nāmāśraya-bhakti Śrī Upadeśāmṛta Paditānaṁ Pāvanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaः.